Helene push into the region. These quick spin-up tornadoes are really going to be the order of the evening. It's really even hard to pick too much out of the storm because of how strong the winds are. But we switch over to the West Virginia radar, and you can really see the areas we're talking about in here. There's a couple of quick spin-ups, including that one over South Webster right now. You can see that here where the greens and the reds are on the radar. Another area of concern just off to the northeast of that location as well. That's going to be working its way to the west of Oak Hill. Similar picture here. These are going to be quick spin-ups. They're not likely to be strong tornadoes, but they are something that we'll have to be keeping a close eye on for the possibility of damage to roofs, homes, trees likely to fall, because we're not just tracking the tornado threat here this evening, we're tracking the risk for strong winds all throughout this system as well, because this system is producing wind gusts up to at least 70 miles per hour as it pushes through central Ohio here tonight. Here's the broad picture on the radar right now. You can see just how much of the area under those rainy, stormy conditions across the region. None of the severe weather yet quite to us here in Columbus, but it's going to be knocking on our door as we work our way through the next several hours, and we're going to be tracking the risk for storms as we continue through the rest of this evening. I want to go ahead and get back down toward Pike County again. This is just knocking on the door of the southern portion of our 10 TV viewing area here in central Ohio. We were breaking in just about 50 minutes ago telling you about that severe thunderstorm warning that include portions of Pike and Ross County, and the fact that it could again quickly spin up those tornadoes, and we are seeing that risk here this evening as well. We'll take a look back inside that storm, again looking at the winds from the Charleston, West Virginia radar, where you can see those two areas of rotation. They're not quite yet into Pike County, but they're heading that direction. That's where we're going to go put a track on this most dangerous part of the storm, and we'll take it on up toward the northeast at about 30 miles per hour, and we'll show you where this will be here over the course of the next hour. That's going to be in Glade at 417 into Germany at 422, Big Rock 428, Waverly at 441, into Alma by 447, and Pebble there by 450. So this is going to be something that could quickly change up and down over the course of the next hour or so as this system continues to develop. In fact, I want to go ahead and we'll put this into a little bit of motion here too. We'll just loop this scene. It looks like it's going back just a little bit too far. Let me grab the latest data here so we can see something a little bit more meaningful out of that. We'll loop it over about the last hour or so, and that'll show us the movement inside that storm. You can watch those two areas of rotation right down there, working their way right now through Scioto County into southern portions of Jackson County, moving over South Webster. It's these spots here where we're seeing those quick spin-up potentials that are going to be working their way toward Pike County right now. Again, if you're in Pike County, if you're in the 10 TV viewing area at this moment, we are not seeing this most dangerous part of the storm in our region just yet, but we're talking within the next 5-10 minutes here. This is going to be crossing out into Jackson County and then eventually up into Pike County. It's going to be those southwestern areas of the county that have the biggest risk here for seeing the possibility of a spin-up tornado. But I want to go ahead and zoom out, and we'll take a bigger view here as well, because it's not just the tornado risk that we're seeing. You see all those bright colors that we have on the radar, those bright pinks that work their way through Jackson County into Pike County on up into Ross County. That is for the potential of 70+ mile per hour winds that we're seeing with this severe thunderstorm warning that's in place as well. We'll turn the radar back on here, and we'll show you inside those warnings what we have in place right now. Those tornado warnings, again, that are coming up into southern Pike County, southeastern Pike County, and western portions of Jackson County, and the severe thunderstorm warnings that come with them. Again, this is a situation where we can quickly see developments make their way up and down over the hour or so as these warnings are issued. So we'll continue to... What happened? Oh. We are back with you here this evening as we continue to track those tornadoes. Again, we're tracking that severe thunderstorm warning that covers portions of Pike and Ross counties. That technically set to expire at 4 o'clock. But with the addition of the tornado warning, I would not be surprised to see this expanded, possibly up further into Ross County, maybe even up toward Fayette County as these storms continue to track through the region. We're talking about not just the tornado threat here this evening, but the wind threat as well. I want to show you that wind alert map again. Over in Fayette County, high wind warnings, all these counties in tan under wind advisories. That's because we're watching for the possibility outside of the normal thunderstorms that we could have wind gusts in excess of 40 miles per hour, possibly in excess of 50 miles per hour in those counties under the high wind warning. So it's going to be a windy night regardless of whether or not you have a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning. It's also going to be a rainy night. You put these factors together, combine it with the fact that we've had a drought for months here. This is going to kind of set the stage for trees falling across the region. It's going to set the stage for possible ponding, flooding of those low-lying areas, especially as you get down further to the south, where you get more of those hills. Certainly going to be a factor that we have to watch for the rest of the evening here tonight. You put 70-mile-per-hour winds like what we're seeing from these warnings onto those trees that are now sitting in pretty saturated soil, and it's going to be a recipe for falling conditions across the region. In fact, we were talking about the possibility of more thunderstorm warnings. Here comes the latest thunderstorm warning into us here at the 10 Weather Impact Center as well. We'll see if we can get that information up on the screen for you here, loading right now. It's going to, no surprise, continue along the lines of what we were expecting it to. That's going to be up from portions of Pike County and Ross County. New severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to slide the map just a little bit further north here because I think we're just missing the latest information that we need to see from that warning. What you're seeing on screen right now, the older warning. So we'll move that map a little further south. We'll grab the latest warning information. And again, it's Pike and Ross County. No surprise there. 4:45 tonight when this warning is set to expire. Again, the possibility for quick spin-up tornadoes in that system as well as 70+ mile-per-hour winds. Hail, not the biggest threat we're seeing here this evening. It's certainly not impossible, but there's not a lot of lightning. There's not a lot of traditional severe thunderstorms. This is, again, tropical based. This is what remains of what was Hurricane Helene. So what we are seeing is a lot of spin in the atmosphere, and it's very easy, even without thunder, even without lightning, to get tornadic storms to spin up here. And that's what we're seeing right now down in portions of Pike and Ross County. In fact, let me switch on the lightning layer here and see if there's just any lightning inside that system. Across everything that you see on the screen here right now, only 4 lightning strikes. This is not going to be the typical thunderstorm where you hear the thunder ahead of time and you can kind of use that as your key to get ready and take shelter. We're just not going to see that here tonight. You're going to have to take this seriously. You're going to be noticing the winds far in advance of when you may be able to see any kind of threat heading your way. This is going to be something to take seriously and take seriously early. I want to go ahead and take a look back inside those storms, see where those areas of rotation have moved on to since that tornado warning was first issued. Again, kind of tracking exactly as we expect them to, working their way now up into southern portions of Jackson County. This is going to be crossing into portions of Pike County here before too long. The area of biggest concern was highlighted as being near South Webster. That's now pushing off a little bit further to the north of what we're seeing there, with the additional area of rotation kind of fading out, but you can kind of see it here where that difference between the grays and the pinks are in portions of southwestern Jackson County. That would be my other area of concern. The biggest area of concern, though, still this one here, South Jackson County, now working its way on up out of South Webster. This is going to be, again, targeting its way into southern portions of Pike County here in the 10 TV viewing area as we work our way through the next little bit. I want to get a little bit closer in here to portions of southeastern Pike County, just see if we can get any names up on the map for you here. We'll get this out of the way as well. Over toward Shyville, this is going to be potentially impacting you here in about the next 10-20 minutes or so. Germany, probably about the next 10 minutes as you get over toward Glade, again about the next 10 minutes or so, and eventually from there it's going to be working its way on off toward the north and the west, heading on up toward the Given area. From there, again, this storm producing the potential for quick spin-up tornadoes in addition to 70+ mile-per-hour winds here this evening. It'll be moving up toward Gibbons area. My bad for that one. On over towards Seal, Waverly after that. Again, working its way right now out of Jackson County. So the good news here, for those of you that can see this broadcast in the 10 TV viewing area, we do have some time to get ahead of this storm before it makes its way into the more populated portions of Pike County. Again, the threat right now working its way out from the South Webster area in portions of southwestern Jackson County right now before moving its way on off to the northeast. We'll put the storm track on that portion of the storm again for you at the moment, because that storm moving about 30 miles per hour on off toward the north and the east. It's not moving particularly fast, and it's dropping plenty of rain as it pushes through the region. Germany here 425, Gibbons by 431, into Waverly by 434. And it looks like we just had a new tornado warning issued here across the 10 TV viewing area as well. So we want to go ahead and pull up that latest bit of information for you here this evening. This is going to be just to the north of the cell we were tracking. We remember that new severe thunderstorm warning that just came out not too long ago. Now new tornado warning comes along with that. This is going to be for Pike and Ross County. Again, radar indicated threat coming with this storm goes until 4:30 tonight. This is going to be for that part of the storm that's now off toward the east of Waverly, starting to flare up. You can kind of see almost that hook in the brighter reds there. So this is going to be another area to watch as these storms continue to fire up and move their way across southern portions of the 10 TV viewing area here this evening. We'll move our way up and we'll take a look inside that storm there. You can kind of see again, it's hard to pull out given the amount of strong winds in these storms. The brighter the colors, the stronger the winds that are pushing through. And right now what we're seeing to the east of Waverly toward southern portions of Ross County, sort of that bright pink next to a darker red. That's what we're seeing, the possibility of that rotation here picked up on radar. I'm going to step off camera real quick just to grab the latest information from the Weather Service to get the storm track on that particular tornado warning. Again, that goes till 4:30 tonight for portions of Pike and Ross County. With that newest tornado warning that was issued here, again, the winds a factor aside from the fact that we have that tornado potential in these storms here tonight. 70+ mile per hour winds, a continuing factor. The Weather Service identifying the area near Waverly, again moving northwest at about 30 miles per hour. So really just the same motion that we've seen with several of the storms here this evening. That northwest track taking it on slowly up into portions of Pike and Ross County. These are going to be our areas of heaviest concern because the strongest cells have been coming out of portions of Kentucky and West Virginia tonight, working their way our direction. So we're going to go ahead and put a track on that area inside Pike County near Waverly, heading its way off into Ross County, again northwest at about 30 miles per hour. That's going to be putting it into Chillicothe here by 4:24 tonight, over toward the Veterans Memorial Stadium there by 4:32, Frankfort by 4:43, Clarksburg 4:52, and Williamsport by 5 o'clock. So this is going to, again, not a fast moving storm, but one that brings threats beyond the tornado risk there. Because again, you see that area right now toward the Antonis area of the greatest potential for rotation, but it comes with widespread possibilities for wind out there that are really just all across Pike and Ross County right now. I want to take a close look in here where that rotation is. It's in toward Higbee to the northeast of Omega, going to be heading toward Alma, maybe just to the northeast of Alma. Really, if you're anywhere in Ross County, near US 23, toward the south of US 50. This is going to be the biggest area of concern right now as that tornado continues to, our potential tornado continues to work its way into the county. If you're over toward the Lick Skillet area, probably not going to be impacting you with the rotation right now, but the 70 mile per hour winds, something that are really just going to cover the entirety of the system as we work our way through the upcoming hour here or so as the system pushed into central Ohio. I want to take the big picture here across central Ohio just so I can show you how much of the area of rain that we're dealing with and storms that we're dealing with here tonight. Broad area of heavy rain continue to push its way in. Thankfully, none of this has been severe right now, but as this is all connected to what remains of Hurricane Helene, it's the spin in the atmosphere that's causing problems, and that spin down south where we're seeing those warnings come into place here at this time. Again, taking a closer look back down toward Pike and Ross County, we're tracking one large severe thunderstorm warning that's going to go till 4:30 tonight, covers most of the eastern half of Pike County, most of Ross County, and then we have 2 tornado warnings in place for those little spin-ups. You see how those almost look like little commas right there? Those are the areas of concern inside the system right now. I want to switch back into the storm mode here so we can take a look at the winds inside these storms. We'll go first, we'll check the Wilmington radar. This gives you a definition of how much wind that we're seeing. Even outside those more localized areas where the spin-ups could be, this entire area in that bright blue, this could be looking at 60, 70 mile per hour wind gusts. So that's no joke on its own. We're talking power outages. We're talking tree potential down. We're just talking kind of a nasty situation down there. A lot of rain. You're not going to see the tornado ahead of time if we do get something to spin up, and you're really not even going to see it here on the radar coming out of Wilmington. So we'll switch back over to the radar out of Charleston, and that's giving us the best picture here right now. Again, you can see that area of bright pink there crossing into southern portions of Ross County at this time, but I don't want to forget about the other tornado warning we're watching as well. That's down further to the south, working its way into Pike County with several areas of potential rotation there. It was this one further to the south that was initially flagged from the Weather Service as potentially being tornadic. It's still in Jackson County right now, but we have another area of potential rotation right in here, working its way into southern portions of Pike County. So there's 2 areas we're watching working its way toward Pike County, an additional 3rd area that we're watching working its way out of northern Pike County and into Ross County. So I'm going to go ahead and put storm tracks on all of these different systems here as we move throughout the next hour or so and track them off to the northwest. They're moving pretty consistently about 30 miles per hour as those storms move through right now. We'll put the storm cone on here. We'll start first with that southernmost area of rotation. We'll take that out of Jackson County on up into Pike County northwest at about 30 miles per hour. That's going to be putting this one into Germany by 4:32, Givens by 4:38, in towards Seal 4:45, Waverly at 4:51. As of right now, this warning would expire at 4:15 unless they extend it a little bit longer. And the way we're seeing this work tonight, we're really going to be dodging these quick spin-ups probably pretty frequently. Thankfully, not the type of weather conducive for long-term tornadoes, but certainly not something that's impossible here tonight either. We'll track the second area of rotation just slightly further north, again still in Jackson County. This is going to be moving off toward the northwest at about 30 miles per hour as well. This is going to be into Glade by 4:16, Givens by 4:32, into Greggs at 4:37, Waverly at 4:43, Pebble by 4:56, and then off toward Huntington by 5:01. And again, the newest tornado warning, probably what I would say is going to be the stronger one of the 2, is going to be the one slightly further north. That's working its way now into southern portions of Ross County, and this one going to continue off to the northwest as well, likely going to be pushing toward the southwest of Chillicothe, but this is going to be pretty close to you guys in Chillicothe, so you want to make sure you're taking shelter from this storm as well. Again, I would say this is the more concerning looking of the 2, certainly the stronger looking rotation of the 2 there. You can see those bright pinks and dark reds again on the radar. We'll track that northwest about 30 miles per hour. That's going to be working its way into Sulphur Lake by 4:33, Frankfort by 4:41, Clarksburg at 4:51, and New Holland by 5:03. The latest information on that warning, again, expected to expire at 4:30, so that would be about 20 minutes from now if they continue to keep those warnings in place, and we'll have those warnings continue throughout the evening here, potentially with the winds and certainly with the possibility for those spin-up tornadoes here tonight. Again, most of this threat going to work its way southwest of Chillicothe, but it's not going to be just limited to those small areas of rotation. It's the widespread rain, the widespread wind that's going to be causing problems, and we're talking about you put those 70 mile per mph winds against saturated soils. We got the flooding risk out there, and now flash flood warning coming in as well this evening as we see those heavy areas of rain continue to fall across the region. This is down in the exact same region we're tracking the severe weather threat right now. This is where we've seen the heaviest rain tonight. Keep in mind that this is coming down on top of drought-stricken soil, so this is not going to be absorbed quickly into the ground. This is going to be something that runs off. This is going to pool. This is going to pond, cause potential problems throughout the rest of the evening. Flash flood warning into portions of Pike County, in fact, most of Pike County until 7:30 tonight, on top of the severe thunderstorm risk, on top of the potential tornado risk that we're seeing out there here as well. Again, we're watching 2 areas of tornado warnings in place right now for both Pike and Ross County. We're going to keep a close eye on the southern one to see if that does get to be expired. It's originally lasting till 4:15 tonight. If that does expire, that would be here in about 4 minutes from now. I think this one up here toward Chillicothe, again, the stronger of the 2, the one that's a little bit more concerning to me of the 2 as well. We'll switch back over to the Wilmington radar as we get a little bit closer now to that Weather Service radar. We can probably get a better view into the storm here and see if that rotation is still showing up. You can kind of see that comma shape in the wind field here, those bright blue winds, strong winds, possibly in excess of 70 miles per hour at times. Really hard to pick out because of how strong the winds are. We get a lot of severe thunderstorms here in central Ohio that they come with strong winds, but it's usually not just so broad. We're dealing with that wind threat across the entire region tonight. So again, that does make it hard to pinpoint the area of rotation. We'll switch back over to the Charleston radar, and that gives us the best view in there right now. Again, that rotation working its way on up along US 23 right now south of Chillicothe. I want to go ahead and take a closer view. We'll put some of those roads on here, put some of those names on the map here as that area of rotation works its way on up to the north. Again, right now on US 23 between Alma and Chillicothe. If you're getting ready to head out, travel that direction, hold off, wait a little bit, because you don't want to be driving, 1, through the potential flooding, 2, into the 70-mile-per-hour winds, and 3, if there is a spin-up tornado in that heavy rain, wind swept region, you're not going to see it. You're not going to have a heads up. If you're over toward Huntington, you guys need to be taking shelter right now as well. Ohio 772. This potentially could cross north of where you guys are there in Huntington, but this is close enough that you really don't want to play games of it. The same if you're up in Chillicothe. This is likely going to pass south of you, but again, you don't want to play those games because this is a situation where we could see those spin-ups continue to develop very quickly, and you're not going to get a lot of warning ahead of where the next one comes down from the system, because this is far from a guarantee long track type of system. This is one where a tornado is going to develop quickly. It'll be into the clouds one moment, it'll be on the ground the next. I want to take one look here at a different product we can see inside those storms. It would be debris detection. If anything is on the ground, that's where we potentially could see that pop up here on radar. Not great news here from what I'm seeing on the radar right now. This little pocket here where you see those lighter colors, that could be some potential debris with this system. If we are seeing that, again, much like what we were talking about, right there along US 23, south of Chillicothe, north of Alma. This could be a sign that potentially something was getting down toward ground level, maybe even causing a little bit of damage out there as well. I want to zoom out real quick. I'll step off screen just to get a better view here at what we're looking at on radar. I just want to pull that back an hour or so and see if we see any changes there. Potentially some good news there. That could be more of a radar artifact than a debris. But either way, this is certainly something that could spin up quickly and cause different types of impacts that range from one house to another, from one field to another. Things could change very rapidly. We'll switch over to the Charleston radar, see if we see anything more concrete from there. I think we're just too far away right there. I'm not seeing anything right now that would scream certainty when we're looking into this system. But again, what we are certain of is we are seeing those areas of rotation we're seeing possibly some debris potential there in southern portions of Ross County, and we're seeing again certainly the areas of rotation. I'm going to highlight them again here on the map. We'll circle those real quick for you. We have one working its way between Alma and Chillicothe. This is the one that I think is the most dangerous of the two, and then we have some areas of rotation still in portions of Jackson County, and really just anywhere up and down this part of the storm. We're seeing large areas of potential for rotation in that system, really anywhere from here down in Oak Hill all the way up through portions of Pike County into southern Ross County, south of Chillicothe. Any of these areas, we could quickly see a spin-up tornado form in the next hour or so. And again, right now, we're left with just the one tornado warning in place. They allowed the one further to the south to expire. So if you're in southeastern portions of Pike County, you've been worried about what's coming out of Jackson County, that warning expired for now. But I'm going to tell you, don't let your guard down. Go ahead and stay in those safe spots down there because, again, this could quickly re-spin something up. We're not talking traditional thunderstorms. In fact, no lightning, no thunder. You're not going to hear that out there tonight. But again, we are watching those quick spin-ups form really from one moment to the next. One moment it's there, one moment it's gone. In addition to widespread 70-mile-per-hour winds across Pike County, Ross County. This is something that's going to potentially knock power out, potentially cause some pretty widespread tree damage, and again, possibly spin those tornadoes up quickly here from one moment to the next. It does look like they issued a new tornado warning just outside of Pike County. That's going to be the other side of that storm that's still into Jackson County. I'm going to see if I can pull up the latest information on that tornado warning. That one came out just a moment ago. It's going to be for that radar indicated rotation threat going until 4:45 here tonight. I wouldn't be surprised if they include that southeastern portion of Pike County once again in a new tornado warning, because again, this is just something where you have to play it safe. You're not going to get a lot of lead time. You're not going to get weather spotters, law enforcement, anyone like that spotting this ahead of time. It's really just going to be something that you got to play it safe with because of how quickly these storms could form, how quickly they could pop up across the region here tonight. Again, that other tornado warning continues for northeastern portions of Pike County in toward most of Ross County, including Chillicothe, including Alma. Again, the threat for the biggest potential for a tornado, I would say now crossed US 23, working its way on toward US 50. We'll confirm that here by taking another quick view inside those storms as they continue to develop and push their way across the region. Charleston radar really has been our best friend when it comes to tracking those areas of rotation. Again, this is what I think they're warning for in Jackson County, that area of rotation that could cross over into Pike County. I wouldn't be shocked again if we see that new warning come out for Pike County. I think those areas east of Waverly still under the gun for a potential quick spin up, and we're seeing that spin up potential continue to the south of Chillicothe, north of Alma. Again, that's working its way further into the county now. This is going to be coming over closer toward US 50 here in about the next 10 minutes or so as it continues to move off toward the northwest at about 30 miles per hour. If you're in Huntington, again, this is an area where you need to be taking shelter from the storm right now as it's pushed off toward the north and east. Southwest of Chillicothe still. So you guys in Chillicothe right now still in the clear, but it's not something that I would take lightly. This could quickly change. It could quickly see another formation spin up your way. You're still under that tornado warning until 4:30 tonight, another 10 minutes at least. So make sure you're taking precautions out there tonight. This area here, the most dangerous part right now, north of Huntington, likely to continue off northwest. That's going to cross over US 50 between Bainbridge and Chillicothe, eventually work its way on toward Ohio 28. So this is still going to be working its way north and west about 30 miles per hour. Something that we're going to have to continue to watch here over the next hour. Again, I'm going to zoom back out and we'll put the storm tracks on all of those areas of concern inside this storm. Right now, I would say at least 3 areas of potential rotation down through Pike County, Jackson County, and Ross County here tonight. We're going to track all 3 of those off to the northwest, give you the latest timing as it continues to push its way on up through Ross County. We'll track that first area south of Chillicothe. That potentially could make its way up toward Fayette County if it stays in one piece, and we see that rotation potential continue. Sulphur Lake here by 432, Frankfort 440, New Holland at 503, Washington Courthouse by 514, and then off toward the high school there in Washington Courthouse by 516. Of course, this is Friday night. We're usually getting ready for football. We knew it was going to be a rainy night. Now we're watching that potential for storms pushing through as well. That second area of rotation, and not currently under a warning, but still covered by a severe thunderstorm warning. That's northeast of Waverly, tracking that 30 miles per hour. That potentially could be putting it into some of those same areas that are dealing with that spin up right now in southern portions of Ross County. That's going to be back through Omega by 423, into Alma by 431, Frankfort at 506, and Clarksburg at 515. And then we have that additional area that's working its way out of Jackson County. Again, this one did get a warning in Jackson County, but not in Pike County right now. And again, you're just kind of tracking the same paths here. We're seeing those same names pop up over and over, into Omega by 440, into Alma by 448, Chillicothe potentially by 504, and into central Ross County there by 519. Again, it's not just the possibility for those spin-ups. I know we sound like we keep repeating ourselves here because this is a fluid situation where it's going to be changing rapidly from one moment to another, where we have these spin-ups across the region. And that risk going to carry into the evening. So this is probably not the last time we'll be talking about these types of storms pushing through tonight. Certainly not the last time we're going to be talking about the rain pushing through with these storms tonight. And we do want to make sure that everyone has plenty of warning time to get ahead of this. And thankfully, we've seen that here tonight. If you're watching about 3:30, we told you guys down in Pike and Ross County that while there wasn't the storm threat in your county right now, it was going to be pushing into the county. And we've seen that threat at least play out here on radar tonight as well. We have those severe thunderstorm warnings in place. We have the flash flood warnings in place, and we have plenty of heavy rainfall that all of this wind is pushing up against trees that are sitting in that water. So again, this is going to be a threat we have to continue to follow as we work our way through tonight. I want to take one more check of the potential debris out there, see what we can see here. Again, you're seeing those areas of lightning in Ross County, in Waverly, in Pike County. I don't think this is anything that we can say for certain one way or another is a definitive sign. I think we're just getting some feedback there from the radar. I'm going to push this back through time there. You see how they kind of stay in a line. I think that, again, kind of rules out anything definitive from this system. It was right in here, though, by about 411, 412, where I saw the most area of concern there in southern portions of Ross County. That would be a possible area to look at for some damage. But again, it's going to be just one of those situations where these are going to be quick spin-ups. They're not going to be long-lived. It's going to be stuff that flares up and flares down throughout the rest of the evening. And again, you can kind of see here that dividing line between Pike and Jackson County, actually a dividing line between two different Weather Service offices, the one in Charleston and the one in Wilmington. Charleston has that area of Jackson County under a tornado warning, while the area in Pike County is not. From what the Weather Service office in Wilmington is looking at, they're thinking that threat here falling at least a little bit tonight. I'm going to take a quick break here just to reset with my information as we get through these warnings here. Again, they continue until 4:30 tonight. So we're going to see this likely either get extended or fall out of favor for the moment. But Yolanda, Angela, this is something that we're going to have to be dealing with through the rest of the evening.
All right, Michael, we'll let you get to check on that radar. But again, this is why we are breaking into our normal 10 TV news at 4 because of this tornado warning. He said extended to 4:30 in the Chillicothe, Ross County area, but he's checking to see if that might need to go further. But we're also dealing with a lot of power outages out there.
Yeah, absolutely. At last check, let me refresh just 1 second here. Yeah, still more than 61,000 customers having power outages right now, according to AEP. Their power outage maps there. We're keeping an eye on that. We probably will expect, flooding in our area, maybe some tree limbs down, things like that. But another thing we are looking at is the power outages, and we're dealing with that. Now, another thing with these tornado warnings that, that we're keeping an eye on, you want to talk about what to do in the event of a tornado. Sure. And if you are at home and you are in the listening area, All right, they're telling me Carly has talked to AEP. Let's go out to
Yeah,
her.
let's get to Carly because we know AEP actually they were leaving earlier the last couple of days to help with Hurricane Helene down in Florida, but certainly we're looking like we might need some of that help here now. So let's get to Carly right now. What did AEP tell you?
Yeah, so Angela, Yolanda, first of all, I'm standing at AEP in Gahanna right now, and as you can see, lots of rain coming down right now, strong winds happening, and if you take a look behind me at the flag here, you can see the flag is just whipping right now along with the trees. We're even standing under an awning, but that's not really even protecting us much. And crews have been preparing all day today for these high winds and rain brought to us by Hurricane Helene. AEP actually sent about 10% of its staff down to Florida to help out with the aftermath of the hurricane. They tell me they still have plenty of staff on hand to handle any outages that may pop up tonight. Now, if you experience an outage, they say it's always best to report it. And if you go to their website or app, you can typically see how long it's expected to take until power is restored to your area. AEP Ohio Director of Operations Matt Bennett shares some safety reminders to keep in mind.
High winds like this are bringing damage. Trees are falling down, and they do bring down our equipment when they come down. So down wires, that's the main thing, to make sure everybody stays away from a down wire and as far away from anything that might be touching that. If you do come across a down wire, call 911 and call us here at AP Ohio so that we can get somebody out there and make that scene safe for you.
Now, even just on our drive here, visibility was low and the winds were already starting to pick up. So it's best if you have to head out tonight to keep it slow, keep your lights on, and just, again, don't be in a rush to wherever you're heading. But now I'm going to send things back to Michael with more on the weather out there. Hey, Michael.
Yeah, thanks for that report there. We continue to track those severe thunderstorms, potential tornadoes working their way through portions of southern Ohio tonight. We've just got a reissuance of that tornado warning in portions of Pike and Ross counties. So we're going to continue to keep with that rotation potential in this system. That newest warning coming out now, covering really the same areas we've been talking about through the past hour or so here across the region. We'll see if we get that new warning on screen there. That's going to go and past 4:30 tonight, I believe there. It looks like we're grabbing again that different warning. We'll get rid of that real quick and we'll put the newest one on. Again, covers down into Pike County, Ross County. Tornado warning till 5 o'clock tonight. That's the newest one in from the National Weather Service office out of Wilmington. It's for the same area that we've been talking about consistently over about the last hour or so. It's that area of rain that you see here. Really no thunder in there from southeastern Pike County all the way up between Chillicothe and Alma and into western portions of Ross County. That's where we're seeing the biggest risk for those tornadoes here this evening. A radar indicated threat continuing across the region. So not going to be a surprise again to see the same areas of concern that we've been talking about for the last hour or so pop back up again and again, because this is just going to be really pushing over the same areas that we've been watching. We'll switch over to the wind view inside those storms again here tonight, and that's where we see, you kind of see that wave pattern here where it's almost serrated on the edge of the wind field. Those are just all those little areas of potential spin inside this cell, inside this line of storms. Not the traditional type of severe weather, not the traditional type of tornadic weather that we see here across central Ohio. One that could quickly spin up really anywhere from southern southeastern Pike County over toward western portions of Ross County and even into potentially here in the next hour or so southern portions of Fayette County. So this is going to be an area anywhere in here you need to be watching for the potential of a tornado to develop quickly, to spin up quickly across the region. I want to put some more towns on the map here just so you can see some areas that could potentially be under the gun there. There's South Salem, there's Bainbridge, there's Huntington. As we get down into portions of Pike County, we get down toward Waverly, down toward Valley into Seal. Those are all areas that you could be concerned with the potential for a quickly developing spin-up tornado here over the next hour. This is, again, not something that we're seeing confirmed from the National Weather Service, but something that they're concerned enough about the potential that they're going to go ahead and keep those warnings coming here tonight. I want to switch back over to the Wilmington radar, or the Charleston radar. We're on the Wilmington one right now. now, just to see if we see anything different in the wind field. And really, it's the same story here again. You can see those areas of just one after another, potential for a quick spin up tornado. It just comes with all of the wind, all of the rotation that we see here in the system, where we could get those quick spin ups that could form really anywhere along that line. So let's go ahead and start southern portions of Pike County. We'll work our way up along the line, just show you where those most dangerous portions are right now, where we could see those potential spin ups at the moment. Starting first here in southern Pike County, this is going to be near Germany, between Glade and Germany, over toward Ohio 335, Ohio 124. Could see a quick spin up in this area right now, moving its way off toward the north and west. So if you're over along 124, over toward Germany, these are areas that you need to be seeking shelter from as this storm pushes your way right now. We're going to work our way from here on up toward the north. We'll travel along Ohio 335 there. You can see another area of potential rotation in here right along 335. This is between Big Rock and Gibbons and Seal. This again also moving toward the north and the west. So make sure that you are in your areas of safe shelter right now, from Big Rock through Gibbons over toward Seal, over toward Waverly. This is all areas that could see potential spin up damage here in the next 30 minutes. We move our way further to the north, another area of potential spin there from Mount Sinai over toward Omega. Again, moving its way off to the northwest. This is going to be heading up toward Alma. Right now, that area again along 335, heading potentially over toward US 23 again. You guys saw that spin up potential move through your neck of the woods not long ago. Could see another potential for that damage here over the next 30 minutes. We continue our trip up to the north. We go toward Alma. You can see between the Ruples area and Alma, Ohio 372, another area where that spin up potential could quickly come down out of the storm. It's really just this entire wavy section of the wind field there along the line that could produce those spin up tornadoes over toward Huntington. We're crossing US 23 now over in toward Ohio 772. Again, this is between Chillicothe and Huntington, where we could also see that potential for a spin up tornado working its way through the region right now, on up toward Chillicothe, up towards Sulphur Lick. Again, just all areas that could see those spin up potentials. Newest data coming in right now, you can kind of see more clearly where we might see that potential spin up there. That's going to be west of Chillicothe, southwest of Sulphur Lake. But again, it's really just anywhere in along that line that we could see that potential for a spin up come together quickly and quickly cause some damage across portions of Pike and Ross counties as we continue with tornado warnings now through the 5 o'clock hour here across central Ohio. And again, just how bright the colors are in here remind you that it's not just a tornado threat, it's also a widespread wind threat. These storms tonight have come with the risk of 60 to 70 mile-per-hour winds. That's going to cause a potential for power outage regardless of what we actually see with the spin up. If one happens, if one doesn't happen, when you got 70 mile-per-hour winds, heavy rain, it's really not going to matter across the region. You're still going to see power outages. You're still likely to see some damage in there as well. We'll switch back over to the Wilmington radar, and again, just the same picture. You see those ripples all the way throughout Pike County, all the way throughout Ross County. Areas of concern at this time when it comes to the potential for spin-up tornadoes, certainly with the potential for those widespread winds and power outages across the region as well. I want to put a little bit more information on the screen here to show you the rainfall that's come down in this region in the last 24 hours, and particularly with that area of the storm that is pushing through right now. These areas where you get the reds in eastern portions of Pike County, those are radar estimates over 2.5 inches of rain. Anywhere in the purples, that's at least 1.5 inches. So we've gotten a lot of rainfall out there in the last 24 hours. It's coming with the 70+ mile-per-hour winds, the possibility for a spin-up tornado or two, and that's going to create just the more risk for falling trees across the region, the more risk for potential power outages and damages across the region too. We have that flash flood warning in effect. That's down in portions of Pike County as well. That one going to go until 7:30 tonight for that flash flooding potential down there with the heavy rain that's coming through with with these severe thunderstorms. And of course, we've got the severe thunderstorm warnings out there as well. So I want to go ahead and switch back over toward the normal radar just to show you what things are looking at right now. We've got the severe thunderstorm warning in place, Pike and Ross counties. We've got the tornado warning pretty much overlaying that exact same spot down in portions of Pike and Ross counties as well. I'm going to step off screen real quick and just look at some of the information that I have, see if they have any new information about these warnings from the Wilmington office. It seems like nothing particularly at the moment that has been changed with this situation. We're still seeing the risk for a spin-up tornado pretty much anywhere inside that line. Speed now picking up toward about 35 miles per hour. They were tracking most intently the area near Waverly, but again, Chillicothe, Waverly, Piketon, Frankfort, South Salem, Stockdale, the Pike County Airport over toward Omega, Buchanan, Givens, all these areas underneath this tornado warning because, again, it's just that risk for a spin up that could come very quickly out of this system on top of, again, the winds that we've been tracking here tonight. And you put those winds together with the rain, with the spin up potential, and power outages, tree damage, roof damage, all those types of things going to be concerns for us here this evening, over down into Pike County, Ross County, on up into portions of Madison County. We have those wind advisories in place till 10 o'clock tonight, high wind warning in place for portions of Fayette County here tonight as well. We'll show you that latest radar. Again, heavy rain falling across the Columbus metro. We're not seeing the severe threat here in our neck of the woods right now. We'll have to keep a close eye on this system, though, as it continues to push its way off to the north, because you can track those storms down in Pike and Ross County, and that's going to be pushing its way closer toward Fayette County, closer toward Madison County here over the next hour or so. And again, with the winds continuing to be the biggest threat that we're seeing inside that system. We'll get back down close to the storms toward the south, just so we can see the latest on what we're tracking inside that system. Again, it's really just going to be anywhere in along that line where we could see that threat for a spin-up tornado here tonight. Again, Chillicothe, Bainbridge, Waverly, all in here on this line where we're seeing that risk for a potential spin-up tornado. I'm going to pan off further toward the east here, get this kind of more centered up, and we'll switch back into that wind view inside the storm as well to show you where those winds are strongest and where the spin-ups potentials are the strongest. Again, really just the same pattern we've been talking about over and over and over tonight. Anywhere inside that system could quickly spin up a tornado. Nothing on here right now gives long track big tornado vibes. We're not talking the type of storms we had back in the spring, but we are certainly talking the risk for something I would say on the scale EF0 to EF1. It's going to cause damage to structures. It's going to cause tree damages, power outages as well. And I would say really power outages and now flooding going to be our two biggest concerns here tonight. Really, again, anywhere on this line could see that potential for rotation in that storm. You got a little bit of a different vibe going on the southern side of the radar there. I'm going to switch over just to the normal radar view out of Wilmington. I think that's mostly outside of the area of concern there. I would say probably not too much concern there. Kind of looks like more like two cells coming together than anything else. But it's really just this wavy pattern all the way into Ross County where we could see those spin-ups come together really just about any point tonight. And again, it's the power outage risk, it's the flooding risk that are the two big concerns that we're going to stick with here tonight. Again, that tornado warning still in place till about 5 o'clock tonight. I want to go ahead and switch back to the Charleston radar. That one's been giving us some good views inside the storm over the last hour or so here. We're starting to get a little bit further away from it. So we're not seeing as clearly into the storm now as we were about 30 minutes ago, but we're picking up kind of the same pattern. You can just see kind of one after another areas of potential rotation working its way in from that particular storm. We'll sort of highlight some of those here. You can see that one that's what we're looking for, where you get those darker areas right next to the brighter areas. It's just kind of all up and down through this line of storms, areas of concern that we could see the potential for a quick spin up tornado in addition to the widespread winds that are again as high as 70, if not a little bit higher in terms of wind speed here this evening. I'm going to switch over to the Wilmington radar as that one's going to start to give us a better view here as we get in closer to Wilmington over the next hour or so. Looks like we grabbed Cleveland there, so we'll switch back over again toward the Wilmington radar. Just kind of giving us the same picture, different color palette. Those winds that are really brightest, those are the strongest winds heading in toward the radar. Those winds that are dimmer, those are winds also heading toward the radar, but weaker. So we're kind of getting this spinning element of the system as it pushes through. Again, a very large, very rain-filled system as what remains of Helene continues to push its way into southern Ohio, bringing a lot of spin broadly across the region. And again, really it's just anywhere inside Pike and Ross County that I would be concerned about for a quick spin up tornado. I'm just going to kind of highlight a broad area here. Really everything in here is really what we're going to be looking at for the potential of spin up tornadoes. That's going to be from Waverly all the way up just south of Chillicothe, all the way over toward Bainbridge. We'll put some more towns here on the map as well, just so you can see if your city pops up as one of those ones of concern. There's South Salem. We'll work our way down over toward, again, Bainbridge is a little bit further off to the north and west. Huntington, that's an area of concern. If you're over toward Pebble, you're not really under the heaviest threat here, but that's going to be heading your way. So stay apprised as the storm heads into your portion of the county. See if we can get additional cities to pop up. Doesn't look like it's going to pop up there. I'm going to step off screen real quick. We'll take a closer look in along this line of storms. Again, if you see your town on here, you're in the tornado warning. You're in an area that could quickly see a spin-up tornado, if not multiple spin-up tornadoes, down in portions of Pike County and again Ross County under a severe thunderstorm warning and a tornado warning until we head toward 5 o'clock tonight. That's going to be the latest time that these are expiring. Checking our resources here from the National Weather Service, seeing if we have any more details or updates coming in. Nothing new from the Weather Service. So again, it's just that risk for those spin-ups. Germany over towards Sargents, down toward Cockrell Run, seeing that possibility for a spin-up tornado. That continues on up toward Gibbons and Seal. We're seeing continued potential from Waverly up through Omega. That continues on up toward Alma, continues over toward Huntington right now, and then up toward Chillicothe, mostly southwest of Chillicothe. That's good news for you guys. I think you're getting further away from that potential spin-up risk. This continues on over toward Frankfort and sort of tapers off as we get into western portions of Ross County, north of South Salem. Things look a little bit less favorable over in that direction. But again, this is a big area of heavy rain pushing through, a big area of potential rotation pushing through. And I want to zoom out and just give you the broad, big view here of what remains of Helene. This entire thing is spinning from Memphis up to Cleveland, over to New York, down through the Carolinas. So this is something that continues to have a lot of spin in the atmosphere, not your traditional severe weather maker, a tropical severe weather maker, something we don't always deal with here in Ohio. Speaking of just continuing with that threat, we see a new severe thunderstorm warning coming out now. Again, I sound like a broken record because we're kind of talking the same thing over and over because that's where the threat is. It's in the same spot over and over and over again. We do have new severe thunderstorm warning, Pike, Ross, Scioto counties till 5:30 tonight, still with the risk for 70-mile-per-hour winds, still with the risk for that spin-up tornado or two. Guys, I'll toss it back over to you guys here for a moment as well while I go grab a quick drink, reset on my end. Certainly seeing the impacts across Ohio from power outages and potential traffic backups as well. Angela, I know you have some of those views over there as well.
I do. I want to give people kind of a view outside here, Michael, while you go check on that radar. But just take a look. This traffic all throughout central Ohio, an absolute nightmare. This is 270 and the Georgesville Road area. And look at all this backup. That's because that is one of probably at least half a dozen crashes that we are tracking throughout the 270 metro area. So as I kind of squish this map a little bit more, you can see where some of those crashes are happening. I'm going to go over on this side here so you can get a better view. See all those exclamation points? We're talking 270 and 23. This is the one on Georgesville. We also have one downtown, and then there's a big one that is right by 270 and Easton. Actually, it looks like that one may have just cleared. But again, we're dealing with a lot of crashes out there. The roads are very slick, very windy, which is why we know there are a lot of power outages. I'm getting reports right now from friends who are on the road saying they are seeing police and fire simply zipping by them trying to respond to all these crashes, but also, just the slowdowns that are in all of this area. So Yolanda, right now the situation, if you can wait to go wherever you need to go, might be a good idea.
Absolutely, no doubt about that. And one thing, there are cancellations coming in as well. The Luke Bryan show in Fairfield County in Millersport, that's been canceled tonight, of course, because of the weather. That was part of his farm tour. That has been canceled. We're told that anyone who bought tickets will get a full refund for that. And we're waiting on more information to see if there's a rain date, another scheduled concert. Now, you may be wondering, okay, what is the difference between a tornado or a thunderstorm warning as we're giving these warnings? When it comes to watches, tornado warnings. This means severe storms can develop, but they haven't quite formed yet. So be prepared for something that could develop. Keep your eyes out. It's usually issued hours ahead of inclement weather. A thunderstorm warning means take action. This means there is an active severe weather threat in the area, and that could damage your property and put your life in danger. When this happens, you just really need to take shelter in a sturdy building. If you're at a mobile home, you need to get out and find a safer place. Mobile homes are not safe during severe thunderstorms or tornadoes. Strong winds can blow those homes over. And if you're driving and there's a tornado warning, here's what experts say you should do. In wind or heavy rain, just park your car out of traffic and stay inside the vehicle with your seatbelt on. Then cover your head with hands or a coat if possible. And if you're outside and you hear tornado sirens, you should seek shelter. If you're not able to get to shelter, get as far away from trees and cars as you can. Lie flat on the ground with your head down and protect your neck with your arms. So officials recommend you get below road level if possible. So we're going to send it back over to Michael now.
Yeah, we're getting a couple new reports in across the region right now. Reports of a 12-inch tree down. That would be northeast Ross County near Kingston. Not surprised given the wind threat we're seeing out there. And we're going to talk a little bit about those safety things here across the region as well. You were mentioning definitely getting to shelter, but where are those best places of shelter in your house? If you're in a traditional one-story house, you want to avoid the exterior walls, right? So anything on the outside, not a good place to be. If you can make it inside to a fully interior closet, that's going to be the best place to go. If you have a hallway, bathrooms, stairwells, those are all potential safe spots. Really don't want the bathroom if it's got an exterior wall, but if it's interior, getting inside the bathtub, that's a good place to be. Of course, if you have a basement, that's the absolute best place to be. Put as many walls between you and the outside as you can. Potentially grab some blankets, grab some pillows, just something to cover yourself with that provides some protection from flying debris, because in addition, again, to the tornado threat tonight, we've been tracking the high wind threat across central Ohio. And that means if we're not seeing potential damage and power outages from spin-up tornadoes, we could be seeing them from the damaging winds. We're talking again 70+ mile per hour winds are what's being flagged across the region with those severe thunderstorm warnings that have been coming out. And the latest information we were just getting from the National Weather Service as well. Just echoing what we've been telling you for the past hour here, which is that it's anywhere along that line of storms down in portions of Pike and Ross County could quickly spin up into a tornado. And they said that we could likely see continued tornado warnings until we see that threat go away. We're not seeing it yet. So again, we're watching the storm cell toward our south very carefully for that wind threat here this evening. And it's not just, again, that one cell. Those areas in tan, wind advisories, high wind warnings in the gold. These are all areas that, in addition to the more isolated severe storm, could be seeing the potential for damaging winds, power outages as well as we head through tonight. I want to go ahead and zoom back down further to the south. We'll show you that latest warning again in place across the region. Pike and Ross counties still under the gun here tonight, including city of Chillicothe, down toward Waverly, down through Scioto County as well. Now also under severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to go, I believe, until 5:30 tonight. We'll put the latest information with that severe thunderstorm warning on the screen for you as well. That severe thunderstorm warning coming with the potential for those winds, with the potential for spin-up tornadoes, continues till 5:30 tonight. Really anywhere along this line, right down US 23 to Lucasville, southwest now of Chillicothe. I'm going to go ahead and put Chillicothe for now into a little bit more of a green spot. You're still under the tornado warning, but I think the threats are mostly south and west of you guys in Chillicothe. So don't put your guard completely away, but maybe take a little bit of a breath there as that threat for spin-ups has moved a little bit further south, a little bit further west of you guys there. Down toward Waverly, though, Lucasville, Bainbridge, up through Alma, all still remain under the gun for potential spin-up tornadoes here tonight. I want to go ahead and switch back to the view inside the storm where we can see those winds across the region here tonight. And again, it's just the uncertainty of tropical systems as to why we're not able to get more down street by street, because the risk isn't really confined to one neighborhood. It's not confined to one spot of the storm. It's really just anywhere inside the storm where quick spin-up tornadoes could happen. You can see that sort of alternating pattern between the dark, the bright, the dark, the bright, dark, bright, dark, bright. That's where we're seeing those areas of potential spin in the atmosphere, and we could very quickly go from something that's just windy to something that's a quick spin-up tornado. The last report I saw from the National Weather Service, they said they haven't confirmed any tornadoes from this system tonight, but with the risk that they're seeing, they're going to continue to keep these tornado warnings in place until the structure of this line from Pike County down to Ross County starts to change. And unfortunately, we're not seeing that just yet. I'll switch over to the Wilmington radar. I think we'll get a little bit slightly better view inside the storm from that view. And just show you what we're talking about. It almost looks like somebody drew waves here on the map, and that's where we're seeing that area of rotation potential. Really, just from western portions of Ross County. This is near, I believe, South Vienna. This is going to be working its way just kind of back and forth, 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 all the way down through southern portions of Pike County. So if you're in and along that line, those are going to be areas of concern where we could see a spin-up tornado move its way off to the north and west pretty quickly after it forms, moving about 35 miles per hour now. We'll start first southern portions of Pike County. We'll get in close, put some more of those names on the map for you here, and we'll just kind of take a tour of the line from south to north, highlighting areas that could see the potential for a spin-up tornado here over the next hour or so. Now, if you're toward the west of Germany, I would say you're still probably too close for comfort to this spin-up potential, so don't put your guard down yet. Over towards Sargents, need to be starting to pick up your guard a little bit, same as in Coopersville, pick up the guard some. Cockrell, pick up the guard some as this storm system works its way closer toward you. We'll move off further to the north here as we track again just this unsettled, spin-filled part of the atmosphere in southern Ohio. Givens, again, I would say still a little bit too close for comfort. Keep your guard up there. If you're in Seal, you should have your guard up as well. If you're over toward US 23, Pike County, make sure you're on guard as these spin-ups head your way. Make sure you're seeking shelter and you're doing your best to protect yourself from the storm as it pushes through. We continue on up toward Waverly. Waverly kind of in the heart of this unsettled area as well right now. Definitely make sure you're in your shelters from these storms, that you're taking this seriously, because again, it could go from one moment, everything is fine, to the next moment, things certainly much scarier out there tonight. If you're over toward Dalyville, again, start to pick your guard up. This is going to be heading your way. You're probably likely already experiencing those strong winds out of this system tonight. Over toward Omega, still pretty close. I wouldn't quite put my guard down yet, but you're getting a little bit further away from that leading edge of this area of rotation. If you're up in Alma right now, you're still under the gun here. If you're over toward the Antonis area, again, still a little too close for comfort. Keep your guard up. Same for Alma. If you're along Ohio 322, US 23, on out toward Huntington, make sure you get your guard up here as this system pushes your way as well here tonight. We continue our way on up into portions of Ross County. Again, again, Chillicothe, you're likely seeing very strong winds out of this system. Potentially could still have a risk for falling trees, power outages, structural damage from that part of the storm. But right now, it looks to be a little bit further away from that more rotational part of the storm. So some good news for you guys at the moment. But again, don't let your guard down. Certainly still in a severe thunderstorm out there. Certainly could still see those impacts tonight. As we continue to follow the storm across Ohio 772, this continues into portions of central Ross County, eventually on out towards Sulphur Lake, up toward Frankfort, along portions of Ohio 28. These are all areas of concern that we could get those quick spin-up tornadoes to form here across the region tonight. Eventually, the warning comes to an end over in western portions of Ross County. This is going to be north of South Salem. For right now, that's the extent of the warning. As the system continues to move tonight, we're not going to say it's going to stay in Pike and Ross County, but for now, that threat has stayed there at the moment. I want to switch back over toward our normal radar here as well. We'll zoom back out, get a little bit more perspective on where these storms are right now. Again, severe thunderstorm warning continues Pike, Ross County, Scioto County until 5:30 tonight. The tornado warning we have in place right now, which does include portions of Chillicothe. Well, it does include Chillicothe, but again, that threat more toward the south of you guys. That threat continues here tonight till 5 o'clock under that latest warning. So that would be another 5 minutes here, probably closer to 4.5 before that expires, if they do let that warning expire. But the Weather Service, again, has been indicating that we're just not seeing a change in this portion of the thunderstorm. So while again, this just kind of looks like run-of-the-mill rain. If you've got a radar app, this isn't going to look special. Nothing about this particularly stands out other than the rotation that we're seeing in the system. And that's just what happens with these tropical storms as they push their way inland and up further to the north. Let's go ahead and put this in motion again. You just kind of see what we're talking about here as we go over time, just how much spin that we have across the region. It's just one big area working its way, churning its way across southern portions of Ohio, continuing to bring in the strong, potentially damaging winds, continuing to bring in the potential for tornadoes here, really along that line again that continues in southern Pike County on up into portions of Ross County. I would not be surprised if over time here tonight we see alerts continued on up into Fayette County. That may eventually work its way further off toward the north, potentially in the southern portions of Madison County. So again, this is going to be something we're going to be watching throughout the newscast tonight and throughout the rest of the evening here as well. This tornado warning that we're watching has about 3 minutes left before it is allowed to expire, if they allow it to expire. The severe thunderstorm warning, keep in mind, for winds 70+ miles per hour for potential spin-up tornadoes, that continues through 5:30 tonight. I'm going to step off screen real quick, take a look at our latest information from the Weather Service, see if we have any changes coming our way. We're getting some more storm reports from some of these storm spotters down there of a couple trees down. So that would be down in Ross County. Had a report again near Kingston. There was about a 12-inch tree a little bit ago, and we had a couple smaller trees, 6 to 8-inch trees. I believe that's 8-inch down in Union Heights and State Road 104. So those are the latest bits of information that we've gotten in from across down there. Again, it's the wind threat, it's the rain threat, it's the potential spin-up threat that is causing this severe weather here tonight as we watch what remains of Helene push into Ohio and really making its presence known. Again, we're not focusing on any one town alone, because it's not just one town that could see the potential for a tornado here tonight. It's going to be anywhere inside this warning. We're used to tracking more Midwest severe thunderstorms where there's one part of the storm that's much more dangerous than the rest. That's not the case here with what we're watching tonight. This is a broad area of severe weather, covers Chillicothe down through Seal, down through Waverly, down through Lucasville, from Scioto County up into Pike County, up into Ross County. Severe thunderstorm warning, that's going to be in place till at least 5:30 tonight for 70+ mile per hour winds. That's severe thunderstorm beyond type winds there. So watch out for down trees, down power lines, potential damage to structures, things that could be blown around. We also have to watch out for the possibility of flooding, ponding on the roads as well, because we've picked up a lot of rain in the last 24 hours. In fact, I want to cut that down. We'll cut that down to 12 hours here, and we'll show you just how quickly this rain has come down. You can see those purples, those brighter purples, those are indicative of 2-inch plus rainfall totals. Those reds over 2.5, and that's down in Pike County, down into Scioto County, and even into portions of Ross County, starting to get some of those rainfall totals here in the last 12 hours over 2.5 inches. We have one flash flood warning in effect right now. That flash flood warning is for down in portions of Pike County. That's going to go till 7:30 tonight. You put all this wind, you put all these spin up potentials on top of saturated soils, and trees easily can come down. Power lines can easily come down, could easily knock out power here across the region tonight. We've already seen some of that come in as well. Again, we'll stay with this here until we get that latest update coming in. Should just be any minute now. If this is allowed to expire, we'll see that red box go away. You can see that orange line there. That's the broader severe thunderstorm warning. Again, down through Scioto County, continuing until 5:30 tonight. There it goes. Tornado warning off the screen now. Just because that's gone, guys, doesn't mean we can sort of put that severe weather threat to bed. We're going to be tracking the risk for severe thunderstorms through really the next several hours, I think, in our southern counties. And it's going to be a potential for a spin up still in the system. Lucasville, Seal, Chillicothe, Waverly, on over toward Huntington. I would say even eventually up toward Washington Courthouse. We'll need to be watching for potential additional severe weather as we head through tonight. I'm going to take a quick break here, guys, while we have no tornado warnings in place. But Yolanda, Andrew, it has been a quite an active evening already here across central Ohio. Angela as well, been here with me in the studio as we've been tracking that. I'll toss it back to you over there with the latest.
Yeah, we'll certainly let you get a check on the Weather Service and see what we're doing with that tornado warning. Really quickly, we do want to get to Matt Bruning. He's the ODOT press secretary, joining us by phone right now as we begin 10 TV News at 5. Matt, you're in Chillicothe, where this tornado warning has been going on now for at least an hour. Can you describe what you're seeing? Okay, I don't know if we have Matt Bruning there on the phone, joining us by